Would you like a short Norse tutorial? No, I'd rather not.
At least Gargarensis has made his path clear.
This is the pass we seek. Beyond is Midgard.
I hope it is warmer in Midgard.
The north is full of tangled things, and text and aching eyes, and dead is all the innocence of anger and surprise.
The avalanche is
Yeah,
scattered on
Will.
end. Our first task is to reunite our forces. We will need all the help we can muster to get through this pass alive.
Something.
This
Ja,
pass is
ég
full
vil
of
something,
wolves.
something.
We must be careful.
Grjótsveit.
They mostly come out at night.
Hver þar? Something. Satt. Hver þar? Tilbúin. Til orustu slag.
Okay, so where's the TC here? This TC. Because I remember there's like multiple options for TCs. Take this one. Okay, there's another TC option here. But I guess okay, there's some hunts here. Gold here for later. Some hunts here as well.
Já. Satt. Skipan?
I guess we'll go with hunt at start. Like, food is gonna be the most important resource at the start.
Hver þar? Satt.
Okay, so here's my gold. Let's actually make some. I have 0 wood.
Hver þar? Something. Grjótsveit. Skipan?
Go to the hunters.
Tilbúin. Samþykkt.
You go down here.
Já, something.
You know, you go top of the street.
Need
some wood for another ox cart. Okay, like let's check the hunters. Well, so I have 5 on gold. That should be enough for now. I have these on food. It's not gonna be enough. So can you make an ox cart after this?
Hver þar? Skipan? Já, satt.
Yeah, I can.
Skipan? Timbursveit. Já.
We have an ox cart, and we can take these gatherers.
Hver þar? Já, timbursveit.
Okay, some timbersweight.
Timbursveit.
Take some timbersweight upgrade. Nope. I actually can, yeah. Hey, auto queue. Go. Don't enough wood for this. I need to add some more to hunts. And I'm also gonna need to go up in age fairly soon because I think the attacks are gonna be coming. Look at this. Okay, and then I'll make some hearses. I think I'm just gonna go for wolves now.
Hver þar? Something.
Send you to the hunting party. Kind of unsafe. And yeah, let's go up to what do I want? Do I want trolls or Valkyries? Cavalry or infantry? This was basically me like do some infantry plus trolls. Would be like Valkyries and stuff. I think I'm gonna go for 430. Because I like Perseus in this mission. We can also need some houses. Okay, alright, have fun, smarts. See you Monday. I think I actually wanna, after this, go down here and hunt here where it's close to my CC. Yeah, let's go and hunt down here. Go and hunt down here. For this, I guess. Okay. Let's make these. And all these.
Tilbúin.
Okay, so
Hver það?
what?
Skipan? Veiðimaður. Skipan? Timbursveit.
Okay. That actually wasn't a very scary attack. I expected there to be more. Okay. So one more dwarf and then go back to gatherers. Honestly, I don't want to spread myself too thin here, so I'm just gonna make some farms. Make some farms. Let's get this upgrade. This upgrade. Just play this rather defensively for now. Goes to my chest. And get some more eco upgrades. Let's make some throwing axemen. Oh, actually really low on food. Really low on food. Make some farms. All the farms. No, we should be fine. Oh, we're housed. Housed.
Something. Jeg vil. Já, something. Satt. Já. Skipan.
We are housed.
Já, ég vil. Something.
More houses.
Já. Já.
Already Mythic Age. That's a bit worrying. That's slightly worrying.
Hver þar?
Only slightly though. This and houses.
Tilbúin. Skipan. Something.
Skipan.
Tilbúin.
Skip. Something. 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 Já. Já. Satt. Something. Já. 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 Satt. Tilbúin. Something. Tilbúin. Jeg vil. Tilbúin.
Okay, so we need more food. Need a bunch more food, so 1, 2, 3.
Já,
One
samþykkt. Hver er það?
and
Samþykkt. Ég vil. Satt. Samþykkt. Timbursveit. Satt.
there. Okay. These guys still have some gold left. They have lots of gold. That's good. We don't have to worry about gold right now.
Já. Já.
We have all of these. We have these, and
Tilbúin.
so later on I'm gonna just claim this settlement.
Tilbúin.
And actually let me
Skipi. Já.
let me use Amon Ra to do some exploring.
Hver þar? Samsatt.
Tilbúin. Já. Já. Já.
Hver þar?
Explore with Amon Ra.
Skip. Já. Skip. Já. Samþykkt. Satt. Hver þar?
Tilbúin. Já.
Tilbúin. Ég vil.
Tilbúin.
Okay.
Hver þar? Something. Já. 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 Skipan. Tilbúin.
Like, I remember this mission being much harder. I remember being attacked by lots of like the wolves and such.
Já.
Yeah, there we see finally the wolf brood. That's what I remember from this mission. But actually, I think we're dealing quite well with those. But the thing about these wolves is that they get extra bonus damage when there's multiple of them nearby.
Hver þar? Satt.
So on their own, they're quite weak for their costs.
Skipan.
But when you have a lot of them, they can be quite ferocious.
Skipan. Timbursveit.
Samþykkt.
51 to gold.
Tilbúin. Timbursveit.
Efficiency.
Já. Hver þar? Ég vil.
Okay, and you just
Já. Já. Tilbúin. Hver þar? Ég vil. Samþykkt.
here.
Hver þar? Ég vil.
Skipan. Tilbúin.
Okay, so
Ég vil. Skipan.
yes, has Fimble Winter. Fine. Since everything is very compact. I think like the key to this mission is just not spreading out too much.
What manner of beasts are these? I'm Herja, the souls of the greatest warriors. You're doomed.
Já, samþykkt.
So and everything is like nice and compact like this. Actually barely losing anything. I lost like one here, like 1 or 2 here. One is farming this.
Skipan. Ég vil.
Okay. Well, I'm actually maxed out on favor. Something happens with Vikings or with the Norse.
Ég vil.
But like,
Ég vil.
I don't have any food here.
Ég vil.
I guess I lost a couple of villages here. What? Oh, I have wolves attacking up here. So this upgrade, all of these. Oh, okay. No. Now it's gonna get somewhere. Is it difficulty? Timbersmith. Alright. Okie dokie, so I have all the gold in the world. Actually, let's not send those dwarves to gold. Let's just have those dwarves top these trees.
Skipan?
Okay, I have no idea what. Oh, there's like another Olsak here hitting me. Okay. Let's just actually make dwarves. Not exactly efficient. More efficient to make gatherers. But I just have so much gold. And I just like need enough food to go up here. So, where's my idols? You're an idol. You're an idol. Everything's working here, so here. Okay, more idols being fixed. Okay, no more idols. Do this. Goals. Okay, we can finally go up. What do we want? Olsax? I'm not sure if Olsax really that good here. I think I want primarily Perseus and Axemen. I think Skadi is a pretty good investment. Let's go for Skadi. I have my eye on Skadi. Okay, you have 19 farmers. That should be enough. So, put some wood in here. Perseus. And then we can expand the top here. Okay. Okay, so Olsax go down quite quickly against my X-Men. That champion Olsax though, so this is like much higher attack than I am. Okay. Guess I'll take this. Ooh, okay, Amon-Ra is in trouble. Help her out. Okay. Get this upgrade. Let's get this upgrade. Let's get this upgrade. Okay.
Hver er þar? Ég vil.
Skipa. Atrás. Fyrir hjá. Orustuslag.
Hver er það?
Okay, you guys go here.
Hver er það? Ég vil.
Wolves go up here again.
Skipa. Skipa. Ég vil.
Right, so let's go up here and go claim this part of the map. You guys go here and then we'll make walls. Here, this here, and another one here, double fortress. More howling. Ominous howling intensifies. Big fortress here. Here. Okay. Oh. These guys, okay. Righty.
Ég vil. Tilbúin. Já. Fyrir það. Já. Tilbúin. Til orustuslag. Já. Til orustuslag. Já. Atrás. Já.
Okay. Let's see if we can kill something. What? Can this please work? I guess I can do this and this.
Hver er það? Skip. Tilbúin. Já.
Go on.
Hver er það? Timbursveit.
Here and you go here.
Tilbúin. Ég vil. Tilbúin. Something. Tilbúin. Ég vil. Something. Já. Skip. Já.
Hey. I actually have no one on wood. Almost no one on wood.
Hver er það? Tilbúin. Já. Skip.
Yay. This. Okay. So we should be able to take out this thing, and then I have no siege weapon then. The problem. Technologies, no.
Hver er það? Hver er það? Tilbúin. Já. Tilbúin. Ég vil. Já. Skip.
Oh. We've done that. Let's just make one of these. Hate this. Let's make this as well. I'm not really using much wood, so it's okay, I think. Let's just see what we can do up here. Take out the first fortress. First temple, I guess.
Temples like this one. Let's destroy them all.
Throw them out. Enough capacity to easily win this. I think we can just destroy this temple fairly easily. Or this fortress here fairly easily. It doesn't have that much HP. That's one of the downsides of Norse, is that their buildings just don't have much HP. This guy's not gonna do much. Okay, first temple down. Alright, let's keep going. Okay, there's a relic. Common Ra, go get that. Go get that. Going back to the temple. Temple. Okay, this is easy. I don't have any archers, so this doesn't matter to me. Oh, Amon-Ra, okay. Amon-Ra is in trouble. As usual. Okay. So another temple. It's being stoked right now. My gold. I'll just here. And then have my wolves gather this. Hopefully it's gonna be enough to actually end this mission. Okay, so temple. Where are the other temples? Okay, there's more gold for later. Let's see. I don't know. They're gonna fall here, probably. There's a TC we can claim. We can't. Okay, we can make a market. No wood. No. Take one here, so like this. That's fine. Alright, we're fine. The market here just in case. Balance our eco. Well, I guess there's a temple up here. I would guess. So the 3. Okay, this looks promising. This looks very easy. There's also more gold here, which we can take later. And this one runs out, but it's pretty soon. Maybe idle silver component wood, not really. Okay, they can just take this down really easily. Den overste slag. So the language that they're speaking here is not very authentic. This is basically modern Icelandic, but the modern Icelandic that they're speaking is really well pronounced. So I'm guessing they got some actual native Icelandic speakers to perform those voice lines. But it's not the way that ancient Norse is pronounced. So, for example, they say "já," which means yes, in modern Icelandic, but in Old Norse it's pronounced "ja." So that's like one of the most noticeable differences between Old Norse and modern Icelandic. That this you have this ow sound in modern Icelandic and this long R sound in Old Norse. Spelled the same though, it's just a J and an A with like a accent on top, like an accent aigu. Yeah, it's also actually the same with some of the other languages. Like the Greek that they're speaking there is, I think, more like modern Greek in terms of pronunciation, rather than some sort of classical or archaic Greek. But you know, as far as the pronunciation goes, as far as like the actual language goes, I think there's some like archaic Greek in there as well, but like pronounced more like modern Greek. Like for example, one of the differences between modern Greek and ancient Greek or archaic Greek is that the like phi and theta are pronounced p and t in ancient Greek or archaic Greek, but in modern Greek it's f and th. So that's something that they. I'm guessing they just got some like modern Greeks to speak those lines, and also actually most classicists who try to speak some sort of version of reconstructed ancient Greek still make these f sounds and these th sounds, even though it's technically not correct. But it's also like a thing about ancient Greek is that you're supposed to make a difference between like aspirated p and non-aspirated p, which at least for me is quite hard. I think for most people is quite hard. Because like in a language like English or German, which is my native language, there's just no phonemic difference, or no phonetic difference between what is it, phonemic or phonetic? I forget. Anyway, there's no like difference in meaning between aspirated p sound and unaspirated. Same for like aspirated t sound and unaspirated one. They're just what is called in linguistics it's a complementary distribution, so depending on the environment it's either aspirated or unaspirated. So we don't really tend to perceive these differences very clearly, and it's hard for us to actually make the distinction. That's why a lot of people who speak modern Greek, who speak ancient Greek today, don't really like to go for this p and t pronunciation, because then you can no longer properly differentiate the letters if you don't do the difference in aspiration properly. Let's make some more giants. Where's the last fortress? There it is. Okay. Actually, also make some more production buildings.
Fyrir þar. Ég vil. Já, something. Something.
You make a fucking temple? Thank you.
Skip.
Okay. Let's add this one too. Your control code as well. Okay, let's add some more hearses and henchmen. I'm just gonna make some of these. Okay, let's go. Let us go. Okay, there we are. And this mission. As I remember, this mission was a lot harder than this, but there weren't really that many attacks, strong attacks at the start. But maybe I just like. I think actually just my approach of having this very tight base setup was really successful here. There's the next gold. I think that was like a really important point there. It just made me so much less vulnerable to being raided. And even that sacrificed some efficiency because like I can't hunt as much and so on. I think it's definitely preferable to losing villages to raid. Okay, let's go. So these mountain giants should go down. Epan. Epan is the Norse equivalent of Prostagma. Both mean orders, something like that. As in like, yeah, what's your order, something like that. That's I guess the meaning. Yes, will. I will. Where is that? Who's that? Okay. And now we're Tilbun for the next mission.
We'll have to find another way through.
We are being watched.
We're being watched. Oh my god.
Wait here.
The Woven Forge.
What do you think, Itri?
We're running out of time. What choice do we have?
What do you think they'll want?
What are you little men doing up here?
Your help. We need your help.
Then come out of the shadows and speak with us.
Our forge has been invaded by giants. We need your army to drive them out.
I'm sorry, we don't have time to help you right now.
Wait. Can you reach Midgard from your forge?
Of course. Our forge is deep under the mountains and our mines go all the way through. You'll help us then?
If you deliver us into Midgard.
Excellent! Come, the mine entrance is this way.
So it's kind of strange what they see as Midgard, as it's a kind of mythical realm or something, when in Norse mythology Midgard is just like the normal realm of men. Like the normal world is just Midgard. And you have Asgard, which is the world of the gods.
These ugly things throw rocks.
Okay, let's hunt these guys, I guess. Okay, what else do we have here? settlement up. Do we have some gold here? No ox cart? Oh, actually, you don't even have enough housing. Okay, there's our ox cart. Another ox cart here, so big sticker. No wood right now. Let's do this. And then we'll make some on wood. So the cool thing about Eitri and Bok is that they can they're dwarves, so they can actually gather resources, but they're also heroes, so they also have like a decent amount of damage and a bonus attack against myth units. So see, explore in all directions. Okay, there's some fishing here, I guess. Oh, it's where's this? Oh, where's my stuff? Okay. Hunting dogs. Be good. Also get the. I think 5 on wood is good for the start. Let's get the wood upgrade. Actually, no, we need more on wood. We need more on wood because on some for the harbor dock, what it's called. Okay, so these guys. Oh, actually, there's a Fenris wolf brood. Ooh, and also these guys coming. So these guys can fight the walking trees. Feel sorrow, man. Okay, release those. Keep my. Okay, that's my dwarf. Ox cart goes over here, and yeah, I don't know. Put all this on wood. Just put everything on wood. You also need actually a house very soon. Oh, there's more guys coming. Okay. Okay, let's all the gatherers and put them on wood. Okay, so we can have one more fishing ship. This one also got a couple of losses. Okay, okay, that's fine, that's fine. Okay, now I'll let wolf make finally some ox. Okay, let's explore with Chiron a bit. Find here. More fishing up here. I'm gonna go too far and aggro anything. No, let's just stay with our 3. A nice little bit of eco bonus at the start. Anything up here, maybe some relics. Cross, regioning. Okay, so this gatherer is idle. Okay, let's And these bears.
Hver þar? Samþykkt. Tilbúin. Tilbúin. Já, ég vil, samþykkt.
These bears. Okay, up here, what is there?
In wedge. In wedge.
Tilbúin. Ég vil. Já.
Já. Já. Já.
In wedge.
Já. Til orustustar. Já, ég vil.
Okay, need an armory.
Já.
Já, ég vil.
Oh, it's sweet.
Já. Rás.
Lost almost all my old socks. Make an armory. Armory. Okay. Then I need to get up to the next age. Okay, these guys are tilbuin. Something more easy foods to be had. Okay, now we can go. What do we want? What do we want? Old socks. There's gonna be lots of myth units here again. I think Scott is going to be actually better here. So let's make some. Actually, make some walls here so we can limit the angle of approach.
Já, ég vil.
Já.
Something up here.
Hver það? Ég vil.
Some more hunts. Okay, there's some berries, which I guess is nice. Okay, right, that's some nice hunting. Nice hunting. We're going to take this PC. Oh, I didn't actually finish my thing. I'm playing this really greedy. Hey.
Hver það? Ég vil.
This guy, and then let's go to these ranged units. Also take these guys. These guys, because they got against myth units. It's not finished yet. So let's make some production. Okay, we're actually fine. We're fine. We're totally fine. Skipan. Okay, let's make an ox. Like villages here. Uh-huh.
Tilbúin vil, satt, ég vil. Fjósamaður.
This. Okay. Go for the easy food for now. Okay. Make some houses. Another entrance here, so I think I'll just have like this one entrance. What I want to do. I can concentrate everything in this area. And yeah, good. So also, like, where's the best place to make some trade? Here, I guess. Like, you trade from here to here, here to here. Alright, let's do it here. Okay, okay, these guys can go here. Okay, and you guys, yeah, go make me some production. Okay. For this. Kill my dwarf. Oh, with the dwarf. Okay, whatever. Okay. We'll do this. Make like a whole bunch of Hersiers. Okay, they're tilbúin. There's all tilbúin. For wood.
The hero has fallen.
Hey. I brought gold, so that's good.
A hero has fallen. A hero has fallen.
I have no temple yet, so that's our side. The temple as well. Okay. Survived so far. Hey. What do we have here? Some solids. What kind of mythians can I make here in this mission? Oh, Valkyries, I like that. I like that. Valkyries. I'm gonna make some Valks. So we can do berries, but they're not. I'm also actually housed. Actually housed. Okay. Either banana leaf. Something. Yeah, you and me both. I have no food. Go. Let's get some more wood.
Já. Something.
A hero has fallen.
What made me pick it up again? What am I? What he was doing? What? Doing, people? Oh, I need to deal with this first. Make some frost giants. Just like I really just like old RTS games, and yeah, that's pretty much it. So I play like a various different old RTS games, like the Age of Mythology 2. Sometimes I play some StarCraft, some Warcraft 3. So many good old RTS games. Like basically like the half a decade between 1998 and 2003 is where like all the best RTS games came out. It's like you had StarCraft, you had Age of Empires 2, you had Age of Mythology, you had Warcraft 3. Those are, I think, like the best RTS games ever made, in my humble opinion. Okay, I actually have my... Is actually alive somehow? Okay. So, need to actually get to Mythic somehow. Yeah, back then it was like just the biggest genre. But then, for some reason, developers decided that every game has to be like easy and casual accessible and so on. And RTS kind of died. Game range and Garena, yeah. Okay, can I trade my way up? Can I buy my way up too? I'm just gonna get this. I just have no food. I have so many in wood now. Okay, I have lots of wood, so take the farms. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's a great game. Also, recently I've occasionally been playing it with my brother. He's not really much of an RTS player or anything like that, but he still likes Age of Mythology. Yeah. How many myth units there? Okay. What do we do with these guys? More wood to be chopped. Okay. Farms, more farms. More farms. Make another farm. Make another farm. AoE series are getting revived and revamped with AoE at the same unit AOM. I mean, they've now done like all the Age games except for Age of Mythology, so I think there's a good chance it's going to be next. But maybe they want to do Age of Empires 4 first. I don't know about that.
A hero has fallen.
I definitely would be excited to see Age of Empires 4, because I think we need new RTS games as well. Like RTS, I don't think it's gonna survive in the long term as a genre if they just keep remaking old games. We need some new games as well. Which Age game do you mean was not a success?
A hero has fallen.
But Civ is not an RTS. It's not real time. Oh, I actually need more production buildings.
A hero has fallen.
Hver það? Satt.
I got so many idols.
Tilbúin. Timbursveit.
All the idols. Eventually in this mission I think I can get Ragnarök, so I don't mind overmaking villages here. Oh my god, I have my really points. I messed up. Let's do this. I mean, Age of Mythology I think definitely was a commercial success. It just wasn't really an esports success. That's why it's like not really played anymore, whereas Age of Empires 2 still has like an esports base. And I think it's a lot about like design decisions about sort of that made the game more accessible, but also like made it versus an esports. There's less microability, for example, in this game. Let me pause here for a second. I need to somehow deal with this stuff. I need some more production. Sell some wood. Need some more rounds of production. Okay, now I can finally actually click up. So let's go for this. Yeah, I mean, there's just less microability for the units, and less like cool things you can do that sort of separate pro gamers from the average Joe. Like if you see someone in Age of Empires 2, like the top players like Viper or Hera or Leary microing the archers, and then you look at like a casual player using archers, it's like night and day. It's a completely different thing. But Age of Empire and Age of Mythology is not that different. It's just units are just less responsive and just can't do as much micro stuff. All of these, like even stuff like auto queue here for production. That makes the game like easier to play, but of course also lowers the skill cap. Hi there, Oscar Duran. Why am I just losing this? Where my campaign heroes are all dead. It's a problem. There are infantry in here. I don't want to use Ragnarok now. I need some. I mean, it doesn't reduce by much, but that's like a whole bunch of things that just reduce skill cap, and they all add up. Okay, I don't. Do you actually have to use Ragnarok? I don't want to. I have not even a max supply. But like, I actually might have to. Like, what the? For some reason I thought this mission was a lot easier, but at some point, even though I was maxed out, I just like lost. Alright, so I actually should have actually returned my resources before using Ragnarok. So this is pretty disastrous. I mean, I'm going to defend here, but of course my eco is now shot. So I need to just like advance with this stuff and get some upgrades. Okay, so I have all the... He's gonna deal with this. Okay. Let's see how much we can do with this. Also, let's... We need to remake this thing. And where are my dwarves? Actually, you can go with the... Actually, I have no dwarves. Never mind, I use Ragnarok. I'm just using these, I guess. Some gold. This is like a looks like a pretty big army, but I don't think I actually can just win the game or win the scenario with this. I'm gonna actually have to like conquer some stuff here and then rebuild an economy behind this, I think. I have like a little bit of an economy going because I have my because oh, actually I don't even have this upgrade because I have my ox carts and my fishing. It's not that many, and also just not the best ox cart route because it's so close. Let's see how much we can do here. Oh, actually, there's also another fortress down here. This is actually kind of unfortunate. We need to take this one at the bottom out first. Yeah, Titan expansion was like a little bit lackluster. Like the I think all the original civs are really fun, but the ones from the expansion are all kind of not as well designed. I think it's kind of a problem if you design a game around having just these 3 civs and then you add another one in there. You're just really limited in design space. Because all the most interesting design is already taken up. And it's especially apparent with the Chinese in the extended edition upgrade thing, that the Chinese are just like pretty stupid. They're basically more like a fan-made expansion than like a real paid product. Yes, as far as the esport goes, it's not just like auto production zone. It's just a lot of things that makes esports exciting is like fun, interactive unit interactions that just arise out of their like the way their units move and attack and so on. And there's just less micro potential in Age of Mythology, and like for example things like in Age of Empires 2, things like mangonels are just so hard to micro against that it creates like a lot of skill. Can you please like attack? What are you doing, people? Attack! I swear the AI is actually worse in the extended edition. Like why am my units not attacking? There's like 2 or 3 units attacking. Okay. Can I get past this somehow? No. This is... Okay. Yeah, all I have is these heroes of Ragnarok. But Kara can attack. Kara is range. Like also like the way this terrain works is kind of like unintuitive. Okay, can you finally move past here? Okay, thank you, Okay. We're through there. Probably have to just retreated there and then fought somewhere here. That would have been better. But okay. I think I just need to rebuild a temple. I'm kind of wasting all this faith that I have. I think this is unbuildable, right? Yeah. Build a temple here. Oh, I don't have this upgrade yet. We can get some more upgrades here. Guess I'll take this one and this one. I have lots of wood, but I have no way of really gaining wood, so I'm kind of hesitant actually trading it away. I'll just put this one in the queue. Okay. Now let's see what we can do with this awkward army. So my mission objective is to take this and hold it for some time. I'm not sure if this is actually enough of an army to actually hold. So, so I can either go there and just hope it's enough, or I can take out some of the outlying bases, lose some of the supply, and then rebuild a bit of an economy. I think I'm actually going to go for that, just to be safe. Like so far in today's stream, I haven't had to repeat any missions. Last stream I had to repeat one. So I'm gonna keep this streak going here. I'm gonna lose this. Even if it's gonna take like slightly longer this way. Do you want this upgrade? It will do very much for me. Okay, so
through this wall for them.
What is this? Moving fast here. Yeah, the Norse are like really interesting design. That's I think like one of the things that make like a good RTS. You have some of these like really unique civs that or unique factions that work differently than what you're expecting from an RTS game. Like for example in StarCraft has a Zerg where you can where hatcheries produce larvae which can be turned into any units, and that makes your production really flexible. These are sort of things that sort of allow an RTS game to distinguish itself from others. So that's a really cool aspect of the Norse. And like they try to do that for the Atlanteans with things like their villages costing like so much and having an automatic drop-off point. But it also just really simplifies the game. And in my opinion, it just makes the Atlanteans a bit less interesting than the other civs. Okay, so we got some stuff. What is these relics? Small trickle of gold, I like that. Okay. I think here that's relevant, not really. Okay. We move past this somehow. I mean, we're going reasonably okay. Iron is still attacking, that's very important. Not losing too much in these fights. Okay. So we need to, I think, just take out some of these bases. See what's up here. And we're getting a slow trickle of gold here. These guys are working for us. Getting some gold, some food here. And then if you want to buy wood, it's going to be very cheap. That's something in our favor. I think I've never actually been in this part of the map. Like I've played this campaign many times, I think it's like my 4th or 5th playthrough or something. I don't think I've ever been actually here in this part of the map. Okay, let's lure these guys back a bit into open terrain. We can do something with our melee force. And you guys go up here. Okay, so you guys go here. Yeah, I know what you mean. Sometimes the missions are a bit grindy here. Like what I'm doing right now is a bit grindy. Also, especially the Atlantean campaigns. Sometimes they're just like you get in those positions where you can't really lose because you have infinite resources and you're constantly maxed out. But the enemy also reproduces units so fast that it just takes you an hour to finish a mission. And get really grindy. Let's make one of these. Suspend our faith so it doesn't go to waste. Okay, we're taking out the space. Losing some units, but not too many. Orususlags. Okay. Another hill fort. Okay. Are they attacking my base? No, they're not. Okie dokie. We have a giant army. Let's spend my face some more. Oh, I actually forgot about these upgrades. Shit. What's supposed to happen? I mean, this upgrade doesn't really matter. Archer's airship and ballistic. No, that doesn't do anything for me. A waste of gold. Let's see up here. What's there? These don't regenerate, right? No. Let's see. Is there anything here? Okay. Yeah, there's really no more upgrades to get. I think we can just take this now. I think I'm just spending a bit too much time on this mission, but let's destroy like another base and then go and take it. Actually, also gonna allow me to get an extra TC. Oh, you made a healing spring for me. That's very nice. That's very considerate of you. Okay, let's take this guy out. That's actually really nice. Blow my stuff up. And I think I lost like 1 or 2 units there. It's definitely acceptable losses.
In wedge.
Kind of the graphics are bugging out here.
We can use it if we control the area around it.
Okay, actually, let's just get this one because why not? And yeah, let's just heal up our units and then we'll take the forge here. Okay. It's like that's just like stop producing units. Have you almost tilbúin? Go. Skipan.
Tilbúin, já, tilbúin. Til orustuslag, já. Skip tilbúin.
Also, another thing that really annoys me about Age of Mythology is this. The units are sort of grouped up like this. This makes it kind of annoying to micro. There's like a technique that you do in other RTS games that's commonly called cloning, where like you like let's say I want to build these barracks, each with like 2 of these. In a normal RTS game, I would like right click one of them and then like deselect like 2 units, then click on this, deselect 2 units, click on this. But you can't do this in Age of Mythology, so that's kind of really annoying. Not like a big deal, but it definitely. Oh, actually, I'm just victorious. Oh, I guess I just destroyed all the enemy buildings, so I'm just victorious. Okay, I guess it's also a way of doing this mission.
The forge is yours again. I think I've had enough of the giants.
Oh, you'll have plenty more giants in Midgard. Come, we'll show you the way.
Most of you aren't Norsemen. Why are you going to Midgard?
An enemy of ours has come here. He is looking for an entrance into the underworld. We must stop him.
The underworld? Niflheim? Well, good luck. This is Midgard. We must return to our forge.
Do you think they will find the passage into Niflheim?
Who else are we going to follow? Come, let's get everything together quickly. First the fair-haired clan raids us. Now these giants come down from the hills.
Keep quiet. Another giant is coming this way.
What kept you?
It took Arcantos longer to get to the pass than we expected. Has Loki taken care of our opposition?
Yes. There is a god who watches over these people. But Loki found the source of his strength, a hammer, and destroyed it. He has no power without it.
Excellent. I may not have to kill you after all, Kemsit. Let's go.
Excellent way of inspiring loyalty in your men. Alright, I'm gonna go for a quick pee break and I'll be back in a minute or 2. Don't go anywhere. Campaign continues after this. Alright, let's continue.
Come, warm yourself by old Scout's fire.
Have you seen a giant with a single eye come past, old man?
If you are looking for giants, we have plenty. Ragnarok is nigh, the final battle.
It's a bit cold to go barefoot.
The Norsemen started fighting one another. All the giants came out of the hills to join in.
Maybe we could convince some of these Norsemen to stop fighting each other and join us.
They would kill strangers as soon as they sighted them. I do have the banner of my own village. If you carry it before you, they'll stop fighting long enough to hear you out. But you won't change any minds.
It seems worth a try.
The pass between here and the clans is full of giants. But if you promise to keep me safe from them, I'll go with you.
Okay, let's
In wedge.
the heroes. Check my hoplites and as well. So I just want to tank this with the heroes as far as possible, so I don't lose any of my units. Nope, you're not picking me up, Mr. Giant. Okay, let's use the hoplites to go and hit the building. Hey, Ban. I like the Prometheus mission, it was fun. Which one was that? The one where you play Gaia? You have all these Prometheans. The one where you have to like spread this Gaia lush thing around? Or which one are you talking about? Like one, you mean one of these like Titan expansion things? Let's hit this one first. Frost giants are a lot less HP.
My congregation grows.
Thank you for following, Mr. Rex Gaming.
A hero has fallen.
Prometheus Titan runs around the map and you have to destroy each village or something. Yeah, I think that's the mission I was talking about. No, there's no Titans running around in the normal Age of Mythology campaign. That is a Titans expansion. I think the mission you're talking about is where you play Gaia and you have to take all these TCs and and then once you've taken a sufficient number of TCs you can actually start to fight the giants. Well, it's just too strong. Volume. It's been a while for you. Leye. I'm not sure what kind of language or dialect the Egyptians are speaking, but I don't know, it just sounds like... Honestly, it just sounds like they're speaking some sort of American accent. Or English-speaking accent at least. I actually have no idea how genuine ancient Egyptian would sound like. But I'm pretty sure it doesn't sound like this. Yeah, that's a different mission that where you also play Gaia, and where you actually control like Gaia as a Titan. That's the last mission. There's also a mission where you play like Gaia as like your major god. I mean, as far as the voice telling goes, so for the Norse units, they actually got what sounds like native Icelandic speakers to voice those. That's not like genuine ancient Norse because pronunciation is a bit different, but it's about as close as you can expect in a video game like this. So I'm quite happy with that. Native Icelandic. Icelandic is the closest modern language to Old Norse. Oh god, lost 1 unit there. Okay, lost 2 units there. I'm half Icelandic and I speak Icelandic as my second language, so I can tell that the pronunciation is pretty good, but the pronunciation of ancient Norse is a bit different. Like for example, they say "jau" for yes, and that's modern Icelandic, but in Old Norse it's pronounced "ja." It's like one of the differences that there's this long R sound instead of the "ow," the diphthong there. Do you like Björk? I have no opinion on her. I think I've literally never listened to her music, at least not consciously. Oh, there's some means there. Okay, that's my scarf and so on. Basically, all I know about Björk is that she's Icelandic and she's a singer of some sort. That's the extent of my knowledge. Yeah, Egyptian is I don't know if there is even like a proper reconstructed pronunciation of ancient Egyptian, because like the language was actually like lost for a long time. It's only in the 19th century when or was it 18th century when they found the Rosetta Stone, where there's like an inscription in I think 3 different languages. Like one is Egyptian hieroglyphics, one is Greek, and like I think one other one. And so that's how they originally figured out how to actually read the hieroglyphics. I don't know if there are any like living languages that are descendants of ancient Egyptian. So it's of course possible that just because the script was lost, that doesn't mean that the language was lost, because language of course is primarily a spoken thing. So I'm not sure about that. Okay, let's do some hunting. Hunting dogs. What god am I? I'm Loki now. Loki is actually, I think, in like multiplayer the best Norse god, but I don't particularly like him because he's kind of one-dimensional. Because it's like all about the Hersiers. We also have an Osak here. Okay, we want a temple definitely because we have 100 faith. We can also afford to make some dwarves. Let's make like 6 or 7 hunters. We make some dwarves. It's good. Okay, we have some Einherjar.
Gereg. Tai you. In wedge.
Yeah, that all basically this whole ancient Egyptian stuff has all been lost. It's just been it's basically really only been like rediscovered when Europeans started excavating those ruins. Basically. Okay, let's make some. Also gonna need some wood, so okay, let's make like one more. I actually have no gold. Go for a dwarf. Yes, I do really like history.
Já, hver það? Something.
In wedge. Tilbúin, já. Skip. Fyrir þar, já, ég vil. Samt ég vil. Skipan, já.
How they went extinct. I'm actually not entirely sure on the history of that. Fencing coming. So the elite in Egypt pretty soon like started to like not really speak Egyptian. Like most of them didn't speak Egyptian because like in the Hellenistic period basically the entire elite was Greek in Egypt. That was pretty much only the common people who spoke Egyptian, whereas the elite spoke Greek. Make another Einherjar. Einherjar. But yeah, I don't know when the Egyptian language sort of. I don't know. That's still like a modern Egyptian language that's still spoken. Maybe that's like a really actually a descendant of the ancient Egyptian language. I'm actually not sure. No, not really. The population didn't get replaced for the most, but just like the elite. So basically like after Alexander the Great died, a bunch of his generals grabbed some of the territory they had conquered, and you had these various Hellenistic kingdoms, and one of them was Egypt, which was ruled by the Ptolemies. So like Ptolemy was just one of Alexander's generals, and he just carved himself out a kingdom in Egypt, which is one of the parts of the world that Alexander had conquered. Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, probably like the modern Egyptian is probably just like a descendant of ancient Egyptian. So I don't know, but honestly, I don't know that much about Egyptian history. Yeah, Cleopatra was one of those Ptolemies. It was like the last of the Ptolemaic pharaohs, where the Romans just took the place over. Yeah, there's been a good amount of population replacement with the Arabs, you know, in the like Islam coming in and conquering like most of the Middle East and Northern Africa. I'm actually kind of losing here. What is going on? Actually, at least I lost my temple. Okay. This is not good. This is not good. What is happening here? Don't kill my piggies. Okay.
Congregation grows.
Need to eat those pigs. Okay, I finally got this. Either Drumoy, thank you for subbing. for following, I mean. Don't kill my wheels. Yeah. That's... I probably should just use my thunderbolt thingy already. There's so many giants. Okay. Yeah, I've way too much wood. I just like not really balancing my economy properly. Talking too much about Egyptian history. Let's eat all the piggies that have already slaughtered. Pigs are not... Oh, actually, they're fully fattened up, so... One of the cool mechanics in this game is that these herdable animals actually sort of fatten up over time, and you get more meat on them. Let's make an armory too. So we're getting lots of food with that. Good. And you have 4 dwarves. Make some more. Now that they're gonna start unit production, you're gonna use up some more gold. This seems appropriate. The farm will get in preparation. And okay, let's make some glaciers. So many of them. I don't know, just like kill one of them. Oh no, don't go in there, pigs. Area. Okay, do you want giants of my own? Walking woods? I think I want giants of my own. Go for it. Fight giants with giants. Okay. Okie dokie. Let's make some more. Oh, there's a gatherer here. What are you doing here? Get back to work, woman. I'm actually running on gold. I only have 5 dwarves, so that makes sense. More hearses. Okay. Get the dwarves. Okay. Get some farms going, diversify my food income. How much gold do I have there? Still a lot. Actually probably need to take out this temple. This mission is much easier if we take out the temples first. Kind of rushing here a bit. Impatient. Good thing with the houses as Norse is you have so many builders anyway. Okay. More houses. Okay, let's make some giants. So, and that's gonna help us break through this stuff. Yeah. What? I have no food, okay. I have no food even though I'm gathering with 18 pigs? Kidding me? He's just kill building so fast. Also want an Einherjar. They have like an attack that like boosts your what? These have like an attack that boosts the damage of units nearby. They blow their horn. A special attack. Attack here. These giants are good at destroying buildings because they have 25 crush attack as well as 20 hack. What do people eat in Iceland? They eat quite a lot of, like comparatively, they eat a lot of fish and lamb. It's like some of the traditional like meats eaten in Iceland. They also eat a lot of dairy in Iceland. But you know, then they also just like eat normal stuff that like Western people everywhere eat, like pizza and stuff, and hamburgers and so on. That's like coming from other places. Also, actually, hot dogs are also like a very popular fast food in Iceland. More giants. Yeah, that's what I'm there for. Very educational streaming here. Am I a local? A local of what, of Iceland? No, I'm half Icelandic, like ethnically. So my father is from Iceland, but I live in Germany. Okay, what are these guys doing?
Tilbúin. Samþykkt.
Já, ég vil.
Skipan?
Hver þar? Samþykkt.
Have you been to Berghain? I don't know where that is. I don't think so. Let's make more of these, more of these.
A huge army of giants. Break through the boulders quickly.
Quickly! Activate the trigger by bringing the boulders to 2500 HP. Quickly, quickly. The famous club in Berlin. Okay. No. I haven't been there. I've only been to Berlin one time in my life, and that's been quite a while ago. When I was at an age where I didn't really go to clubs, and I don't really go to clubs today either. Because I'm a socially awkward nerd who plays video games, not a person who goes to clubs.
You're right. We cannot fight a force that large. Retreat to the north now.
Okay, let's just retreat here. You guys can just distract people. Okay. I just make a fool of myself wherever I go. Or whenever I go, okay. Banned from most of my city. What do you do? Okay, these guys are... actually I can just transform someone into Orsaks. But about that, that's a useful thing to do. That is a useful thing to do. Okay. Charge! Charge of the Dwarf Brigade. Also, by the way, when we're talking about Icelandic culinary habits, Icelandic people have quite a sweet tooth, and they consume way too much sweets of various kinds.
To perish here. There
So well, the Icelandic diet is not necessarily the most healthy.
Get it.
There's actually also like a fairly many overweight people in Iceland. Like it's not as bad as it is in the US, or but certainly more than in most European countries. Although Iceland is also like drinking too much. Yeah, that probably too. Like Icelanders, in terms of drinking, they sort of tend towards binge drinking. So they don't really. There's not a lot of like casually drinking like a beer or two. It's more a matter of like getting drunk, not just like drinking a beer with dinner or something like that. That's less common in Iceland than it is in most European countries. It's also like there's a kind of like unhealthy history with alcohol in Iceland, where Iceland had prohibition actually a lot longer than they had prohibition in the US. So my father was born in 1960, and when he was growing up as a teenager, they still had prohibition. So he and his friends would do things like distill their own alcohol, and of course that sort of stuff was often kind of dangerous. You know, you might just get blind if you drank too much of it. And yeah, that is very much like as a kind of a binge drinking culture, not a matter of like enjoying a glass of beer or a glass of wine. Hit this spring here. Okay. Make some Orinos. Okay, I have a heavy raider here which can aggro people. So the idea of this mission is a very simple mission. You just have to like lure out the chieftains from each of these 3 fortresses and defeat them. And once you kill the chieftain, all the other units join your side. So it's ideal if you can snipe the chieftain and not kill many of the other units. So we can do a bit of an ambush here. I think I'll just use Chiron because he's fast in range to draw out some of these guys. That's the chieftain, Arc Owl Builder. I'm gonna want to try to lure him out here. Can we get this guy? Come on, Hawk. What? What is this? I don't want just these, I want Hawk too. Yeah. So we can just kite these guys and get Hawk too, because we want to kill him first and preserve these units. We'll do this somehow. Yeah, there we go. There's our Hawk, the Owl Builder. Okay. He's marked here. Odin has conveniently marked this guy for us. Okay, let me just focus them and ignore everything else. I'm gonna finally doing something useful. Okay. So now we have like an infinite number of units. And okay, can we actually garrison these guys? Yeah, just garrison these. And lower the next one. Okay. Nope, not. What's this, guys? Gunnar. Sword Tracker, okay. Sword Tracker doesn't sound very Scandinavian, but okay. I don't know how do we actually lure this guy out? Maybe we attack one of these? Esto, Malista, Ulume. Okay, let's see if we can do this. Who's cut? No. Damn it. I don't know, let's just kill these people. I have enough units anyway. Box everything. Back. What is he? So we can sort of dodge shots here in this game. That's cool. But there's a lot less potential with that than it is in Age of Empires 2. What? Okay. Oh my god, come out, Gunnar. Okay, let's just like do the brute force method. Hello? You don't see that we are taking down your walls? Okay. It's reasonably tanky, but still. Okay. How many units can we actually select in this game? This many? What is that, like 100 or something? I'm not sure. Okay. Now we can take out... What is it? Gurmunter? What is that kind of name? Do they mean Gudmunter? I don't know. Gurmunter. Strange name. But okay. Let's just knock down the gate. I didn't care about the units. Can I get out here? Gurmunter. Need to get to this guy and then I win the mission. This is like one of the easiest missions in the game. Like you need to be actively trying to actually lose in this mission. So. Final battle. And the Pine Drinker falls.
You are a true state warrior, and we will follow you.
That's how it works. If you kill our leader, then we're just all gonna switch sides. Instantly. No loyalty there among Norsemen. Okay, we're actually getting through this at a pretty good pace.
Treachery.
You carry the banner of Falstag, a giant who raids the people in this region. That is why they attacked you. It's an old trick. It's one of the ways Loki gets the Norsemen to fight one another.
Who are you? She is Regenleaf, a servant of Odin. She's trying to stop Ragnarok. It was she who sent us to track Gargarensis.
That's right. And he is close. There are a few more clans in the next valley. If they still live, we might be able to convince them to join us.
We do not have much time.
Then we should go. You can leave the banner here.
Yeah, that whole plan from Loki just doesn't make one lick of sense. Like, if Loki was just trying to get people to fight, why would he like try to point out the champions and so on, to make it easier for us to actually win? He would not want us to unite all these clans under our leadership. Yeah, a lot of what the villains do in this campaign doesn't make a lot of sense if you think about it for more than a minute, or like more than a second, honestly. What? Ah. Okay, so I have 2 gatherers. I have some farms. I guess we'll go for the farms first. Okay, there's some trolls here. Trolls are very weak to heroes, so we can just take them out with our heroes. Järvil. That's not very good pronunciation. Supposed to be Järvil. That's it. Järvil. But like some of the heroes just don't have very good pronunciation. Like this, what's her name? Reinlev. Her pronunciation is pretty poor. Oh, there are more gatherers there. Okay. Clearly a bit of an American accent there, no? I can't actually build any houses. Make an armory, I guess. He says Samvikt, but it's actually supposed to be Samvikt.
The trolls are using it to reinforce their numbers.
Okay, it's actually not very good. I lost a Valkyrie there. I actually think it's gonna kill the I don't care about that house called so much. Okay. Like these trolls are ridiculously weak to our heroes. And we have 5 of these really overpowered campaign heroes, so not a problem. This is another very easy mission. Okay. Now we can take over this thing. I tried playing online matches in this game, but got destroyed each one of them. Yeah, I can imagine. There's also just like a really low player base there. There are like basically no genuine noobs in this game. Also not actually easy to find proper games. Let's get some of the upgrades. Make some more dwarves.
Tilbúin. Skipan. Samþykkt. Já.
Oh, did I lose all my Valkyries? Oh my god, somehow I lost all my Valkyries. Not very good. The thing about Myth units is that they do bonus damage to other Myth units, so like Valkyries do a lot of damage to trolls, but also vice versa. You have to be careful there. We also get this Townsend now. Make gatherers here and dwarves here. Let's do this. And this? No, I can't do that. Oh, they're not actually working. Quit being lazy. Loafing around here. So I'm actually making the houses, so that's a problem in this mission. So we don't actually want to have a big economy here. We can't really make very many units anyway. So it's more about having like a high quality of units than a high quantity. Honestly, probably can do most of this mission just with your heroes. They're so strong. Fishy. Let's just make like 3 fishing ships. Supplement my income. Do you have a temple? I can make a temple. Okay, these guys are done with their gold, but there's of course lots of gold here. I have 12 on food, 10 on wood. I think I wanna make. No. Let's wait for these goats to fatten up. I do have husbandry, right? Yeah, I do have husbandry. Okay. These on 2 because they're fast. I actually can't make I can only make trolls, not bugs. Whatever. Okay, what do I need to do here? Okay, just need to build some towers. Okay. Okay, I think this is like a really easy mission. Terrible accent. Need this though. Okay, what do you do? Do some temple sweat. Let's make one longbow just to explore. See what's up. Raiding cavalry. And okay, tower here, and a tower here, and a tower here, and a tower here, and what else? Is that all? Oh, tower here. And let's make one hearse here. Oh, that maybe was not very smart. Too many. Skipan. Oh, also all my cavalry died, I guess. That's fine. Okay, let's go and fight here. Go and fight here. I think I just want to make some Hersiers. And then we'll just go up to tier 3. What do I want here? Is anything for Hersiers? No, there's not. Guess I'll go for this.
A hero has fallen.
Goats ready, not quite.
A hero has fallen.
Oh, actually, am I losing this?
A hero has fallen.
Actually, kind of bad because I don't want to lose my houses. Yeah, I really just. Kind of a problem that I walked into this fortress there and got all the giants there. I mean, I'm still gonna survive here, it's not a problem, but kind of awkward. Have any extra units? No.
A hero has fallen.
A
hero has fallen.
Okay, let's go and slaughter some goats.
A hero has fallen.
You too, I have enough wood. Okay. Easy game. Okay. Am I supposed to build those towers? Not sure. Anyway. Let's do this. Get one of these. So I can just use these longhouses because just they're closer. Okay. Let's heal up here. These guys can construct. And not sure where's left to move towers. Need towers here or something? I'm not sure. Okay, forge. Actually building offsec, so we can. Oh, actually, there's also longhouses here. Didn't even realize. Let's get some extra production speed going. These ballists are actually also pretty good against units, they're not just siege units. Use them against both buildings and units. Not sure where. I think like here is more towers, right? Oh, I have no wood. Okay, Akanda should have been the new hero instead of the squirrel. Like anything should have been the new hero instead of squirrel. Although I've seen a really good post about new hero on the Dota 2 Reddit that's kind of not safe for work. Let me actually find that after this mission. So it's you. Also very mythologically inspired. Actually, I can get a market here. Oh, no wood. These guys are almost finished with their goats. Okay, let's make like one throwing axeman. The remaining 2 food. Market. Okay. We go down here. There's an ox cart. Okay. There we go. And wood faster. I like wood faster. How much do I need?
Get it. At you. Hear it at you.
There's these. Okay. Can I make a market now? Yeah, there we go. Market. Okay. Okay, you can go up here and go for this. Do we need to actually take this out? Let's better take it out before there's like more attacks coming our way. Okay. Obviously, hers is not ideal against buildings, but it's fine. Good enough. Not really very useful things to get. I guess I can mix in some old sucks later. Just so many myth heroes in this mission that hers is just generally better. Okay. Taking out this thing, let's heal in the fountain, and then let's go. Okay, some more upgrades. And let's actually not go for these, instead go for fire giants. And I get another temple here for quicker reinforcements. Ragnlev can also heal people. He's actually quite strong. He has a good amount of DPS. She actually does more DPS than Chiron. And she has more armor. She has more HP. And she can heal people. She also has more range. And she's like superior to Chiron in every way. Really strong hero. Despite her weak accent. Okie dokie. Can you just go through here? My god. The air in this game. Okay. Walk beard. Is that the last thing in this mission? I'm not sure. I forgot about this longboat. Okay, nothing doing here. Yeah, I think I just want to bring all my peeps in here. And
Hver þar? Skipan? Skipan? Satt.
go in here. Got the goat. And do some Ragnarocking. Actually, let's add in some growing X. There's some growing X-Men. They're not entirely melee. Okay. Go here. Back a bit. Wait for my villagers to arrive. Stop blocking me, goat.
Skipan?
Okay, let's just go for it. And like with everything. Okay. Everything attacking this guy. Okay, let's go. Oh, that's another one here. I think this longbow is really doing much useful. But okay, let's just attack him with this. Ah! Draus? Ah, draus. The correct pronunciation. One fun fact to remember if you want to pronounce Icelandic, it's always the stress is always in the first syllable. Every single word in Icelandic is stressed in the first syllable. It's never adraus, it's adraus. For example, Reinlev, she says adraus, and but the proper pronunciation is adraus. What is Icelandic language called? Icelandic. I think of a good example of a word that's like also exists in other languages that's pronounced differently because of that.
My daughter and defeated the giants. My men and I owe you thanks.
Can't think of an example right now, but there's definitely some examples like that. Oh, in Icelandic it's called Islensk. What map is the hardest in your opinion in Titan mode?
How long ago did the army of Gargarensis pass through here?
Not
I'll
long.
answer after
A
the
few days,
cutscene.
perhaps. They went to the mountains to the north and started building walls and fortresses.
Then that is the entrance to the underworld. He has already reached the gate.
If he opens that gate, your Ragnarok will happen.
We must stop him.
That's my brother there, by the way, in the chat, who's currently living in Iceland. Okay, what do we have here in this mission? Okay, some more villagers. Guess you can go up here. Okay, hunting dogs. I'm Odin, okay. Do I have some house or something here in this mission? Let's just double up this hunt thing. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I did not? Okay, 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 okay. Okay, so what kind of myth units can I make? Temple. What? Am I still not really producing stuff? Okay. So we need some on wood. I have enough on food. Right, I have my ravens now. Bergen and Mönen. These respawn continues, so not really care too much about losing them. Oops. Attack, attack. No favor. No favor. Okay, so let's make some dogs. Oh, that's my raven. I don't care about that. I don't care about that. One bit. Okay, there's a lot of inhalers here. Guess I need to make some more Hersiers. So I think I want a wall here. Stop people from attacking this. Oh, my box cards went away. Okay, go for this large gold mine. Oh, these are actually hunters that went idle. Do I have a dwarf in here? Yeah, I have a dwarf in here. Go over there to the gold. Okay. God, the AI is so stupid in this game. It's like Dragoon level of retardation. Alright, Banana Leaf. Have a good day. It was my pleasure. Okay, More units. Make these. Oh, I have all these tents. Nice. These tents are important. As I remember stuff, there's some gold up here. Oh, actually, I'm out of gold. Not do this. Okay, so let's wall this. Walling. More like this. And wall like this. And then all the attacks are gonna come in from here. What are these guys doing? Okay. Define. Okay, I'm gonna go to more people on gold. There we are. So okay, that's pretty good. Okay, these are good trades for me. Yeah, this is a TC I want to take later on. Get some more hunts up here. Yep, there's more hunts. I have too many on wood. These here. See if there's some, I think that's like a relic or something back there, if I remember correctly. Let's also get medium infantry. Magnus Bowbleeder. Iceberg Slugger. What are these names? What? An Blender? What is this? Okay, that should be a good amount of wolves. That's a relic, exactly. So let's see. It's actually my mission here. Destroy the gate to the Well of Erd. Okay. Do I have more ravens? No, I don't.
We'll need rams to batter down these walls.
Okay. Maybe I don't need to make as many Perseus here. I don't think they have that many myth units. I actually want to switch and making some Thor and X-Men. Be able to click up soon. Yeah, there we go. Mountain giants, frost giants. There's a bunch of water stuff. I like the mountain giants. The rest is not that appealing here, so I go for Skadi. Oh yeah, sorry about that question. I forgot about that completely. I think the hardest one is. I would say the hardest one is. That mission where you not sure what it's called. So that's from the Titans campaign. We play the Egyptians, and you have a son of Osiris who's supposed to power up like a guardian, and you have to hold out for until he does that. And there's like no gold on the map, and there's like trade caravans that they can rescue. That I think is the hardest one in my opinion.
Skipa something.
And yeah, Skadi is a Norse goddess. There's actually quite a lot of things from Norse mythology in Dota 2. There's Mjolnir, which is Thor's hammer. There's a new item, Gleipnir, is also from Norse mythology. That's like an unbreakable chain that was used to bind the wolf Fenris. Other stuff as well from Norse mythology. Not sure right now. Also a whole bunch of stuff from Greek mythology, like Zeus and Mars, sort of. And there's Medusa. What else? And there's like a bunch of things from Greek mythology in there. Out of gold here, so let's go up here. So I can go up to Mythic here. Pick up Frost Grinder too. You're gonna need some rams here, I guess. Before we do this though, we do okay, they broke through our wall somewhere. Okay, that's where they broke through. Let's just hit the pause button here. Deal with these raiding guys first, and then we can deal with the rest. Kind of low on food. It's a problem. Oh, I have so many of my guys are here. Okay. That is obviously a problem. 1, 2, 3. Yay. Make some more heavily throwing axemen. Okay, that should be fine. Hey, the mother.
A hero has fallen.
Yeah, I mean, Dota also was originally designed as like a idea that it takes like the greatest characters from all sorts of other like franchises and like mythologies around the world. So the all-star characters, the greatest characters from everywhere, and combines them into one game. That's sort of the basic idea of Dota All Stars. That's why it's called All Stars. Although, of course, for copyright reasons, they had to scale back on that. So for example, Lina is originally from I think a manga called The Slayers or something. There's obviously a lot of Blizzard characters like Skeleton King and the Butcher and so on from Diablo. And there's a bunch of characters from Warcraft 3, obviously, because it's based on the Warcraft 3 engine. Okay, rebuild those walls.
Tilbúin.
Skipan. Hver þar? Já, samþykkt.
Also some stuff from like Hindu mythology. Shiva. Shiva's god is like the god of destruction and renewal in Hinduism. Monkey King is from like Chinese mythology or like folklore. The Journey to the West, like the main Monkey King story. Where did I put my market here? The market here. Okay, so primarily I need to take over like this town. That's like my first step. There's more gold here, as well as an extra TC. Small release. Like this, I guess. I always disliked the genre, but saw a video about the showed each year with its voice actor and thought they were super cool and interesting. Okay, like a lot of different ways to get into DotA. Interesting, interesting. Yeah, it's pretty cool. What do I go for here? Do I go for Ragnarok again? Let's just go Ragnarok again. I mean, League of Legends is basically like here's like a cute female character with some tits. That's basically the game design. Or I guess in Dota nowadays, just here's a squirrel. Just here's this strange little squirrel thing that I don't know what she's supposed to be. Not particularly happy with the new hero, as you perhaps can tell. My rams. What? These can just drop some wood? Oh, these guys are idle for a while. Shit. Okay, these guys go here. Actually, I need some more food. The brood needs some more food. What?
Something. Já, satt. Ég vil.
What are these guys doing? Anyway, that's not a good fight. Not a good fight. Are they like following some sort of enemy or something? Never mind, let's just go up here. Okay. You guys go here. Break through these walls. Okay. Let's actually buy some food. And okay, these guys are all done. And Ragnarok. All the last resources, and then it's time to go. Got units here. Oh, no. Those are more dwarves. Let's go. Go, go, go. Right. Okay, about that relic. Actually, that's a nice improvement. Okay. Have any cavalry? Not really. Oops, gonna get that box cards and go home. Take us some more guys here. Attack. Okay. Music is so good in this game. Cycle from. Okay, let's go here.
I have followed you here, Gargarensis. You will not stop me.
Yes. What? This glowing thing here. No idea. Does not really look like a siege. Like a frontal attack. Epa.
Tilbúin. Tilbúin. Já. Satt. Samþykkt. Satt. Ég vil. Satt. Satt. Tilbúin. Hver það? Já. Samþykkt.
Okay, really easy.
Samþykkt. Tilbúin. Já. Aðráð. Já. Já.
Okay.
Skip.
We are victorious once again.
Do not let the appearance fool you. The well will take us to Niflheim.
You go first, Chiron. If you fall screaming to your death, we'll just stay here.
Ah, when you decide which of you will go first, I'll be waiting at the bottom.
Playing for a while now, but let's keep going.
That sound is becoming familiar.
Gargarensis already sieges the gate.
What if the gates open?
Then we get to be part of Ragnarok. Kronos is not an enemy you can fight with mere weapons. Our only chance is to stop Gargarensis before he opens the gates and releases him.
Tilbúin. Já.
Okay, some food here. Okay, so in this mission you can get gold from the underworld. You can sort of pass back and forth between the underworld and the surface. Okay, let's... Already have hunting dogs, I guess? Okay, so that's
Já, samþykkt. Tilbúin. Ég vil. Veiðimaður. Ég vil. Já,
yeah, where's my wood?
Já, samþykkt.
Skipan voru ótsveit.
Já, ég vil.
Já, samþykkt. Ég vil. Samþykkt.
Where's my wood? More hunts, that's also some wood. Okay, okay.
Já, satt. Tilbúin. Ég vil. Tilbúin.
Yeah, okay.
Skip satt.
I'm gonna make some off socks here. Veiðimaður. Hunter. Okay, so what can I wall here in this? There's definitely a place I want to wall. Wall and then oh, he's still here with the relic. Okay, let's make some more dwarves. And unit production for a little bit. What's this? What? Let's wall this as well. Have like here. Make our stand here. Wall this as well. Get past here. This is closed. The actual okay. Can you get past here? Can. Okay,
Já, samþykkt. Veiðimaður.
Ég vil. Skipan, hver þar? Grjótsveinn.
Skipan, ég vil.
because we definitely are under time pressure. But we have some tents here, which is great. Okay, this is actually walled off, so we actually didn't need these walls. Like, this is all our base now, basically, and this is now the one place we need to defend. Okay, we need some houses. Not efficient. Whatever. Actually, let's make two of them. Like a kind of choke point here. Choke points here. This thing. Okay. Add him here too. Okay. So, guys can do here.
Yeah.
I think it's 5 there, it's fine. What did those guys do? What? Okay. What's happening here? Something very wrong is going on here. Okay, and the dwarvies go here. Okay, my heroes come on. Okay, save the Valk. Save the Valk. Ah, no. Don't kill my tents. Leave my tents alone, bro. Oh, it's only 4 HP. Nice. Can save the tent. Ooh. Tents are valuable. Okay. Let's leave some in here.
Hver þar? Tilbúin? Satt.
We take these people and go hunt a bit.
Veiðimaður, samþykkt. Skip hann.
Also, join the hunts here. I'm getting so much gold at let's not make this anymore, let's do one of these. Yeah, it's these here in the underworld. Need to find some more gold here. Or to do something. Guess I get this upgrade.
Skipan?
Already done here? Okay. Take these. A lot of hunting still to do. Actually, I don't need wood right now. Let's just study these new berries. Release on the berries. Okay, these guys are still idle. Isn't there any more golds here nearby? All the healing. It's supposed to have this much healing. There's actually also have giants there. Guess I'll add in some of these. I want some Bragi here. Okay, it's this. Oh, okay. You go up here. Okay, Amun-Ra. Go back to the surface. Deliver your stuff. It's only 20% damage, so yeah, I have a lot of time in this mission. It is time, but there's lots of time. Okay, 30%. Let's get this upgrade. Let's also get some extra longhouses. And you know what? Let's stop doing this.
Something. Ég vil, já, til orustuslag. Já, aðráð.
Okay, so like this. Okay, you guys can go chop some wood. Okay, now we're actually kind of we kind of have a problem that we have a lack of food and wood.
Já, samþykkt. Satt, samþykkt. Ég vil, satt.
Samþykkt, samþykkt. Tilbúin.
Skipan, samþykkt. Satt.
Okay, so we need farm upgrade.
Hver þar?
That upgrades as well. Have both the relics now. We have some golden lions. Already done with all the gold. Okay, let's just stop making wills here. Okay, somehow. All the real estate, but oh, okay, there's more gold. Oh, there's lots more gold. Yeah, okay. I'm completely fine here. Okay. I'm fine. Also, I still have this one. So okay, it's one of these, I guess. One battle ball and two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Tilbúin? Já. Skipan. Tilbúin? Ég vil.
Tilbúin?
Hver það? Ég vil.
Okay, I just need to get to Mythic Age, then I can just invoke Ragnarok, and then that's gonna be easy. Oh my god, oh no, it's on this side still. Okay, so where this is the path here to them. They're only at 40%, so I still have a lot of time. So I'm gonna make market somewhere here. Okay, that's the little guy. Okay, these guys go down here. Actually, need a second. I need another. I'm gonna need another. Ox cart there. Put this ox cart down here.
Tilbúin? Ég vil. Samþykkt.
Let's get this upgrade first. That's the most important one. Seriously?
Skipan?
Okay. And then just prepare to end the game. Let's sell a bunch of. Oh, sorry, I need to buy. Let's actually get tax collectors as well.
The door is weakening. We cannot delay our attack much longer.
Oh yeah, it's still 50%. Chill. Tax collector's not quite there yet. So I'm almost done here. So yeah, it's just everything.
Já. Skipan? Hver er þar? Ég vil.
And let's just go.
Tilbúin? Já. Ég vil.
Tilbúin? Hver er það? Skip. Ég vil. Tilbúin?
And that is the signal to attack. Everything in here. Okay, what do I have here? Under control for 1. Okay, 2. Yeah, you can do some damage here, I don't care. Oh, I don't have this upgrade yet. I want to get this upgrade. I want to take these guys. Okay, there's more guys here. You go down here as well. Yeah, go after the ox cards. Let's go! God, the AI is so dumb in this game. No, I can fight. Thank you. Honestly, the AI here is worse than in StarCraft. At times. Oh, there's still a guy here? Come on, attack! Damn you. Be lazy. Yeah, so much time in this mission. Unbelievable. This guy actually stuck here? Oh my god. Yeah, this is a really easy mission. Okay. There we go.
Retreat to the well! We'll make our stand there!
I'll be right back.
Chiron! Go! No.
Arcantos, we must go. There is nothing we can do for him.
Okay. Rip Chiron. I don't like the way they handled that character death there. It was really a completely unnecessary sacrifice. Like, they were fine. And then for some reason he decides he wants to kill himself. Seems kind of weird. Just sort of I don't know, cheap way of I don't know, heightening the tension or something, or it's just kind of goofy. Well, okay, let's keep going. We're gonna finish this game today.
All of you, take cover. Someone is coming.
Chiron was a great warrior. We will not forget his sacrifice.
What do we do now?
Wait, what is this?
You? How did you get here?
We followed you.
Why didn't you just come with us?
Loki, he tries to fool us. Our mission is too important to trust strangers.
What mission?
Before Gargarensis came to the north, Loki tricked Thor and smashed his hammer.
Yes, and we have been tasked with making a new one. I have to get the haft from a piece of the taproot. Eitri has the hammer head. We are supposed to meet.
And if Thor has his hammer, he will seal the gate.
Okay, then in this mission, we just mine some gold. And gold you mine will allow us to, or mean that we get more units from the surface. We're just gonna start mining all the gold we can at the start. And then later on we're gonna do the taproot thing. Trolls are very soft. They do a decent amount of damage, but they just die very quickly to heroes.
Reinforcements from the surface.
Okay, got some reinforcements from the surface. Atraus. Horrible pronunciation there. Okay, so this is almost done. We have more gold nearby. I have, of course, this dwarf mine, but it's only 500 gold because I'm still archaic.
Reinforcements from the surface.
No gold here. Oh, don't lose the Valkyrie. Jarl! No! Jarl is dead. This is terrible Mike what I'm doing here. Because these guys are idle. Guess we can do this. Might as well. So do this and this. Get some more gold. That's hammer.
Reinforcements from the surface.
Okay.
The Nidhogg is coming.
There's Regan. She's the only one who can defeat the beast. reinforcements on the surface.
Skipan. Hver þar? Timber. Skipan.
Okay, let's go here. Oh.
Tilbúin. Atrás. Skipan.
Hver þar? Grjót.
What?
Skipan. Já, samþykkt.
Alright. Okay, this is going well. To save the Valkyrie. Can heal my other guys later. And it's nice that this network is just focusing on my hero, so you can heal easily. Not even really taking actual damage. Like, why is she not taking damage? Honestly, I don't quite understand that. Okay, so we have everything here. This was done pretty soon. We have some more reinforcements possibly. So let's go ahead with Amon-Ra a bit. See what's up here. I don't really remember this map layer too well. Okay, let's just wait this out. Good that I triggered it now. Okay, so we've done almost done here.
In wedge.
Reinforcements from the surface. Skipan. Something.
More reinforcements and Huskars. Okay. Almost done.
Look out! The enemy has broken through the rockfall.
Okay, let's send this ox cart ahead to scout and perhaps distract them. You can also use our dwarves to distract them. Okay, taproot is finished. This. Track these guys a bit. Right. Let's save the hammerhead. Halved. You can go here. Seems pretty straightforward. Yeah, I mean, almost lost there, but not quite. Okay. Okay. Fire giant. Okay. Right. You good? So, this I think is the penultimate Norse mission. Yeah, victorious. That was a quick one.
Kronos, finally you are free. Yes, my reward. What?
Okay. So the next one is the next scenario is some sort of mission where you're supposed to hold out for a certain time.
I told you. We should have killed Arcantos when we had the chance.
Calm yourself, worm. All is not lost.
What? How can all not be lost? All of the gates have been closed.
We have a plan, my friend.
Yes, yes. And you get to play an important part in it.
What? What plan?
Arcantos.
Where are we?
Midgard. Our battles are not yet over.
What of the gate?
The gate is closed, but we have not stopped Gargarensis. His army is heading this way.
This
Okay.
near an abandoned fortified mining town.
We can use the resources and fortifications there to defend ourselves.
Shout around a bit with come on, Ra. Okay. So, I'm hunting. Okay,
Tribes of giants
yeah.
to the north. We are better off strengthening our defenses to the south.
Okay, some more bulls here. Is there some hunts? Okay. The temple when we can. The temple as soon as we can. Oops. Oh, we actually have another ox cart. They actually made an ox cart too much. Many. Forgot about that. They actually spawned some wolves ox cart when we finished that. You see. Okay. We want a temple ASAP. We have 10 minutes to build up. So Have enough resources for a temple. You have plenty of food, good. Rejects. We don't want walls everywhere. I think I want to fight in this part. Like walls here. Oh, forgot about this upgrade as well. There's more hunts on somewhere in the back. There's more hunt here. Okay, so these guys are fine. So many dwarves, but still some little gold income. More hunt. Anti-hunt? No. Okay, let's make a temple now. No? And wolves, I guess. Okay, let's do ox cart here. Oh, there's some hunting there. Yes, I'll take this with a dwarf. Take this relic. These guys. Make some walls here. Okay, some more gold in the back. Nice to have some gold back up. So, we have full on favor, so this will make a troll here. Okay, these guys. And the wolf. Right, now we also need some village gatherers rather. Extra TC here. Guess we'll send them here. An ox cart. Okay. So this is fine. Need an armory now. I think I scouted most of the stuff here. Armory. Maybe I just have no wood. Make some actually here. We get the wood faster. What does an armory cost? Oh, it's only 75. Okay. And then we can go up to the next age. There's a new relic. Okay, some more hunts here. There's so much hunt in this map. So much good hunting. Okay, let's make. Actually, I'm house. Let's just go up then. What do we want here? Vascadi. Yeah, let's get some housing done. Okay. One of the bonuses of Thor that all your upgrades are so cheap. You can also actually get the armory at tier 1. Yeah, cake age. So others have to wait until the classical age. Okay, so I have plenty of gold income that should last me. Plenty of gold income. Let's need some more wood. Also need some more food. This. Okay. Okay, let's make the soul fort here and make some frost giants. So nice. 1, 2, 3, 4.
We only have a few minutes left. Make sure these passes are walled off.
Making a second hill fort. And I want a longhouse for production. Also there's this upgrade, and I have a bunch of old sacks, so might as well. Okay. And then and you have 6 on food, so actually do some hunting in parallel. Okay, so get some. What does it say here? Yeah, let's make some hearse. Make some strong axemen. Let's make. I have no favor left. Oh, some hearses here. I also need some more houses. You go over here. Right. This to block a little bit. More infantry upgrades, and actually I have too many on gold, but I think it's just going to keep those in gold. I mean, I'm not going to run out of gold, which is nice too. Okay. Pretty happy with the setup. Okay.
Look to the east. We will offer you a chance to surrender. If you give up now, we'll grant you a quick death. Otherwise, I promise you it will be long and painful.
We surrender. Move a little closer.
So be it.
Okay. Happily attack. Let's actually make some. Let me see. I think I'm actually happy with this. Pretty happy with this. Let's make. Can I make my spring here? Can I make my spring? Spring. And yeah, so that was not very scary. A couple of settlements being claimed. I'll take this. I think I'm just gonna get an extra ox guy for here. Okay, let's make another hill fort. Now we have too many hill forts. You got hill forts, they don't cost supply. Let's do this as well.
Tilbúin, ég vil. Hver þar? Satt. Skipa? Ég vil. Satt.
Okay.
Já, veiðum að.
Skipan satt. Já, satt.
Okay. You guys, what do you do? There's all that group hunting there, so you guys go over here to chop some wood.
Tilbúin.
Okay.
My congregation grows.
Hi there, Obertovsky. Welcome to the stream. So how did you find my stream? Are you just are you from my YouTube, or you just find me on Twitch here?
Já. Satt. Já. Satt. Samþykkt.
Oh, okay, from YouTube. Nice. Yeah. I'm gonna do another DotA stream tomorrow evening. But for now, it's just some Age of Mythology campaign stream. Okay, what are these villagers doing? Crazy stuff. You guys, yeah, drop some wood here, and then. Oh, okay, great. Somewhere behind. Let's freeze this. What's going on? Where did these come from? Not quite sure where they come from. Yeah, definitely a great game. One of the greatest. Especially as far as like a single player experience goes, one of the best RTS games. Only problem is that it's just not as good of a competitive game as some of the other great RTS games. But the campaign really is top notch. Let's do this. Okay, I'm not quite sure where they came from yet. Do they have like some sort of asset thingy? A lot of units. Okay, so I'll make some huskarls. Okay, like you guys can also make some more stuff. In the temple. So many things here, what? Okay, there has to be like some sort of passage down way back. Save the ballista. What are my thoughts on the 728 update? Overall, I really like it. It's kind of not that great for Chen, but good for a lot of the other heroes I like to play. On the whole, I'm quite happy. I've done a YouTube video like just yesterday on my thoughts on the patch, like from the perspective of all these micro heroes. So go watch that. And I also have done like a complete stream where I went through the entire patch notes. Actually, it's part of like 2 streams. So it's like my 2 most recent VODs here on the channel. And also, let's take a look at those. Okay, so that underworld passage is gone. I have no food. Eco balance is horrible here. Okay, so get this gold. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These guys are idle too. Guess you can go over here. Okay. Thankfully I have enough fortifications here that I'm gonna be fine. So many idols. Guess where do you go? Here somewhere. I don't know, here maybe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Really need that. Also need a market somewhere. Do you have a market? No. A market? Where do I build my markets? Maybe like too much. Okay, maybe. I don't think I'm really gonna trade in this game. Would make a Dota 2 here, how would it be? I don't really have any like really great design ideas. I haven't really thought about that in like a long time. So I don't really have a good answer right now, but I definitely would like some sort of new micro hero that with some sort of interesting mechanics. Maybe some sort of like micro hero that that is not illusion based but still scales well into the late game. I feel like that's kind of a thing that that's a bit missing in Dota right now. I'm not sure exactly how I would design that, but that is maybe what I would look at. You make some more houses? No. Okay, let's just go for this. So, another 10 minutes, and then we're just gonna activate Ragnarok. Get everything, all the units. Okay, let's take all the dwarves and move them here. I'm not sure exactly how it was designed. It maybe Maybe some sort of summon that scales with your level or with your attributes. Like you already kind of have that with Lone Druid with the Spirit Bear, but even though it scales with level, it still tends to fall off in the late game. Not as much as it used to, but still. Lone Druid is still like a mid-game pushing kind of hero. I think Haskell is actually quite good here. I have a decent amount of archers, right? Right, let's get all the upgrades. Over here. Oh, actually, I also want a bunch of these ballisti. With the Huskars, I want ballisti. I want a whole bunch of those. Because I'm gonna have lots and lots of melee units anyway when I use Ragnarok. So I want some ballisti in there. Another idol here. Let's go over here. Oh, I also need to spend my money here on my faith. So let's have my ballisti on 2. Upgrade those 2.
A hero has fallen.
Oh, actually, I have way too many X-Men. Need some meat shields too. Although I guess I don't need them that much because I have heroes and I have this choke point here. And once I'm using Ragnarok, I'm gonna have all the meat shields I might ever need. Another one in here. So we go here. Okay. I have pretty much everything I need. And max supply, so not much I can really do to improve my army right now. I'm gonna hold out for a little bit longer. And wait for that reinforcement army to come. I probably actually want a second temple. I actually have a second temple. So let's make some more frost giants, fire giants rather. Okay. I mean, I have lots of resources. I have. Gonna use Ragnarok soon, which then will turn all of my workers into hero units. Supply is like a very limited resource in this game. So actually, let's make some frost giants here. Supplies are very limited resource in this game, so the ability to just go oversupply with Ragnarok is very powerful. And then I'm gonna have like a, I don't know, 300 supply army or something like that. And actually with the help that's arriving, I'm gonna have like a 400 or 500 supply army. Okay, so I'm losing some buildings here, which I can rebuild. Okay. I'm gonna lose this ballistic. Actually add in a few hearses as well. More gold. There's more gold here. Let's make another hill fort. I think I have like all the relevant upgrades. Okay, still not done finishing researching, but they're gonna happen soon. So yeah, just gonna wait for these 3 minutes. Ask me anything. It's a really relaxing mission right now. Not much is gonna happen here. They're gonna attack me a bit, but it's not really gonna matter too much. What actually damage does these do? They do pierce damage. Okay. I'll just attack the units, not the Huskars. Ooh, okay, these guys are idle. So it doesn't really matter too much what they do. I have all the resources I need for this mission. Are you reading something right now? Well, kind of. I'm reading something in the sense of listening to an audiobook. It's the new Brandon Sanderson book, Rhythm of War, in the Stormlight archives. Yeah, I was so basically when I never read like paper books these days anymore. Either I read books like ebooks on my Kindle, or I listen to audiobooks. I'm not really reading anything on my Kindle right now at the moment. Well, actually, kind of. It's been a while since the last read it though. I'm kind of like halfway through Michael Mellis's book Dear Reader, which is like a kind of like fake autobiography written from the perspective of Kim Jong-il, the former North Korean dictator, which is it's kind of fun as far as that's a thing like that can be fun. So yeah, and before Rhythm of War came out, I was listening to the audiobooks of A Song of Ice and Fire. I read those books a while ago. I think I've read them 3 times, most of them anyway. But now I've recently bought some of the audiobooks. I've listened to the first 2 and I'm sort of halfway through the 3rd one when I paused it to listen to Rhythm of War. Okay, now health arrives, so let's just now invoke our let's go forward here with everything. Forward. In all stuff. And then we're gonna do this, and now we have 500 supply. You only read the first book of A Song of Ice and Fire? Why didn't you continue? Didn't you like it? One of my favorite books all time. So now let's actually just do this. Let's see what happens. Attack move across the map. See what they're going to do. Okay, didn't continue it. To be honest, actually, a lot of people say that the third one, Storm of Swords, is the best in the series. But honestly, I actually find the first one to be actually the best one. What are my units doing? Like I told you, the attack move here. Go, go, go. I think they're just so well written and such a like well-crafted world building and so on, and it's really cool and believable characters. Oh, the Myth of Sisyphus. Okay, I haven't read that. It's from Camus, right? I mean, I've heard of it, of course, but I've never read it. I haven't read any Camus.
In wedge.
Something.
Yeah, like in general, I do find existentialism to be quite interesting. Any idle units? But personally, I'm more of like a Nietzsche guy. Hey, units, go, go, go. Do you have any upgrades more? No, all upgrades are done. But it's really hard to read. Oh, Nietzsche. Yeah, kind of. That's definitely the case. He's not like the clearest of writers. It's like well written, but it's really dense, and it's like really like literary and so on. At least some of it. Like it depends. Like some of it's like more literary works, like Thus Spake Zarathustra. It's really kind of like a novel, a philosophical novel. Whereas some of the other stuff, like let's say the genealogy of morals, is sort of less literary and sort of more academic.
I'm glad you changed your mind.
I was almost home. Then I dreamt of my city in ruin, and Athena spoke to me.
I know the dream. How did you find us?
Well, the horrible roar and the blinding flash of light were helpful.
That was the end of this one's dream. And with that finished, I think we should find some ships. Home beckons.
A fine idea.
Ajax.
You're sure you don't want to take him back to Atlantis? Put him in a cage somewhere?
No. He'll never set foot in my homeland.
This is for Chiron.
Whoop whoop. Okay, there's 2 more missions. See if we can power through. I think I need to get something like small to eat, some sort of snack or something, because I've been going for 7 hours. Let me see. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, let's continue.
How close are we?
Very. We'll make port before the sun sets. Bring out the head of Gargarensis. Lash it to the bow.
Yes, sir.
What trick is this? That is Kemsit's head.
Arkantos!
Atlantis.
Move quickly and establish a base on the beaches of Atlantis.
Πρόσταγμα. Έτοιμος. Πρόσταγμα. 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 Έτοιμος. Έτοιμος.
Λέγε. Μάλιστα.
Ναι. Πρόσταγμα.
Ναι. Λέγε. Έτοιμος. Έτοιμος. Έτοιμος.
Turn back now, Atlantean!
Okay. I guess that's useful. Throw your own base.
Λέγε. Λέγε.
Okay, lands here.
Έτοιμος. Πρόσταγμα. Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε.
Okay.
Είναι direct.
Okay, here.
Fyrir það. Atráð. Atráð.
I can use these two as awesome. Each kind of myth units. Okay.
In wedge. Get it. Here you in a direct. You get it.
Okay, you can go make me a here.
In wedge. In wedge. Get it. Here it there.
Okay. So that's more units here.
Here it there. You add.
But this. Oh, that's actually here. That's awkward. Slightly awkward. This is supposed to take this TC. Okay, let's Do some scouting here. What? Okay, it should be fine. So what do we have here? Is there some hunt or something? No, nothing to hunt. I really should have taken the other one. Because like there's a bunch of farms nearby. But mind, make my own farms. Own farms, then blackjack and hookers. The big army here already, so we can just use that. This 3. Take the catapults. Just say those catapults. Okay. A snipe piece from down here. Okay. Yes, we can do some fishing. Dock here. Dock here. Also gonna need a temple. I have a lot of faith. A lot of favor, I mean. And bend. This. Okay. Oop, let's rescue my catapults. Okie dokes. Huh? Houses. As many houses. Fewer houses. Okay, my catapults are fine. Okay, we can make some minotaurs, I guess. I really don't have that much food. Okay, I'm just gonna build up my eco because I have a really large army anyway, so do too much army building. Okay. Good units, don't block my hero. Okay. A lot of fishing I have. A lot of fishing. There's no fish here. For this? Okay, so I have enough fish to produce villagers in perpetuity. Guys idle? Yes. Granary. Need one anywhere for the upgrades. By doing snowfish here. Okay. So we need an armory. Armory here. And you don't need to pray right now. Okay, let's make stuff. In the production. Just take out this outer ring here. And then we can get to the next age. That's very important. Okay. Henry. Actually, I think I have too many melee units already. Have hoplites? Yeah, I have hoplites. Yes, I'll think I can get these two. Like reasonable upgrades. Like reasonable upgrades and this upgrade as well. Hey.
Πρόσεχε. Πρόσταγμα. Ναι.
I'm just doing stupid things again. These things. Okay. Okay, let's just repeat a bit here. I think I'm just gonna walk max out in houses. I think I can claim these houses. And let's go for this.
Πρόσταγμα. Ναι. Λέγε. Έστω. Είναι γερεκ. Γιάου. Είναι γερεκ.
Two shield maiden Valkyries.
Πρόσταγμα. Γερεκ. In wedge. Γερεκ. In wedge.
Okay. Oh, we have all the upgrades. Yes. So I have all the houses. Let's. Yeah. Okay. Oh, we're actually already here. Already advanced. No, we're actually advanced in these houses. Oh. Okay. You're really low on everything except food. Let's spend my military training stuff right now. But there's more gold here. I just found about your second YouTube channel through Instagram account. Yeah, sure, that's like a channel about history. I started this channel before the DotA channel, but then I just sort of on a lark made like 1 or 2 DotA videos, and they did really well, so I made more DotA videos, and then I just said, okay, do I want to make like a well-researched history video that's going to be seen by like 10 people, or a DotA video that's going to be seen by like a few hundred people, and then I just sort of stopped doing the videos on the original channel. I definitely plan on going back to them at some point, but not right now. Let's make these. Oh, actually, I have no wood at all. How did you find my Instagram of all things? I've never actually posted anything there. Oh, it's just my name. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, I have this PC. Yes, I do. Do I have no wood? Okay, let's make some more here. I actually do get these houses now. Okay. Oh, there's some. Maybe you can land here. No, I did not. I have no sort of formal training in history, any related field. Are these fattened up? Yeah, they're properly fattened up. At some point we can start claiming those. Yay. What? Why not? I kind of targeted at this location. What is this scam? There's like plenty of space. Oh, there we go. I guess I didn't have vision of like a small corner there. Okay, let's not get overexcited here. These stupid things are impossible to stop from doing this stuff. Okay, let's make a fortress here. Let's go over here. Make me another fortress. Side fortress. There we go. Okay. Okay, let's just go. Head up with this. Go. Let's actually. What? I'm not building this. Okay, let's make some more of these. Easily. Actually, make one here and make one here. Oh, okay. Okay, that was a bit of a waste of god power. Lol. Go back to gold mining. Actually, there's mining here. Okay, let's go. Barry generate? No. Okay, what's that here? So this one's 7, and our temple. Guess I'll start worshiping with a couple of people here. I don't want to get colossuses. Very easy to fall into this mistake of calling them colossi. Not colossi, they're colossuses. The plural of colossus is colossus or colossuses. What are these guys doing? You guys doing? Let's just get you over here. No point in really microing anything here. Just go with everything I have. That's gonna be good enough. You guys. This is my ally. They're also my ally. What? Where are my villages? Did I send some villages here? There they are. Go. Move prisoners, send them over here. You go get this gold. Oh, I actually don't have the upgrade that gives me extra 5 supply for each TC. These. Take this one as well. So the way this works is, I think you have to bring the prisoners to this island here, the flag. Etimos. More prisoners. Prisoners. Where are you? Let's put in this transport. 300 supply. Λέγε. Πρόσταγμα. What's this guy doing? Wonder. Okay, let's just take these. I have to rescue 15, right? Yeah, we have 10 here. So I just need like... Oh, that's 4, okay. I'm missing. Okay, let's take these. These guys can go. There's more up here, I think. Takma. Okay. More prisoners, and that should be enough. Okay, where are my prisoners? There they are. The thing about history though is that formal training in history doesn't really do very much. Like there's very little theory to history. It's mostly just like a bunch of things that happened. And you know, and you can study a lot about a particular time period or a particular country or whatever, and then be able to speak about that more authoritatively than the vast majority of historians who have not studied that particular time and place. Which, you know, it's just not possible with a field like, let's say, physics or maths or something, where you need like years of study to just get the basics before you can say anything useful about anything. Okay, coming up, the grand finale. Oh, did it just cancel it? I think I just accidentally hit the escape key. I think I just accidentally hit the escape key. So I'm just gonna start the cutscene again, and I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be back in a minute.
Kentos, a Cyclops! He entered the Great Temple!
Now do you see why Poseidon wanted me to join the Trojan War? The last gate is here!
What?
Kronos, Old One, give me my reward!
Take them and go!
We're not going anywhere without you.
Do as I ask, please! Take them out of here! Make sure the others get on the boats. I'll deal with Gargarensis.
So we've put all the civilians out of danger, and now we're gonna train a bunch of more civilians. Put them into danger. Makes perfect sense. Which culture do I like the most? The Norse. And in particular Thor as my favorite god play. For like a couple of reasons. First of all, just like ethnic reasons, because I am half Icelandic. Then also I just think it's like a really interesting mechanic how the Norse able to build buildings with the infantry. It was fun to play like some sort of faction or civ that works differently from like the standard RTS rules. For the same reason, I also are these guys idle? Reason they're idle, okay. For the same reason, I also like to play as Zerg in StarCraft, because it's also like a race that has sort of really unusual mechanics that are different from like standard RTS mechanics, where you have which culture? Oh, sorry. Which culture do you like the most in real life? What do you mean? What do you mean by culture? Like, how fine-grained are we going? Like the culture of which country, or what exactly do you mean? Like I'm definitely very much rooted in like European culture and like offsprings in or like historically probably Rome. We Rome more than Greece, although Greece is also really interesting, obviously. Survive, yes. You actually took 0 hits. How is that possible? Hey, some more goatees. Ooh, I like goatees. Can't get this goat because the stable is claiming it. Okay. Very stable goat. Oh, actually, my ally stole my goats. Very agile scout, yeah. I'll get husbandry, ASAP. Maybe I make like a minotaur here or something. Make 1 minotaur just to help out slightly. Is any hunting anywhere here? Doesn't really look like it. No hunting? Okay. What are you doing there? What's in my oil here? So I'm only in classical age. I make it hard to actually hold off the attacks that are gonna come. For this hint, I'm also building up my economy. Have some more gold. I actually need some gold. I think I'll just go for that gold at the back first. This one was kind of exposed. Okay, so my allies are being attacked here, I guess. Don't kill my goats. Oh, more attacks, more attacks. Don't kill my goats, don't kill my goats. Okay, that's gonna be a bit painful. Gonna be a bit painful. My villagers either. I can just use this right away. Keep going for the weak and undefended goats and so on. Okay, lost so many villagers there. Wow. Oh, some goats here. That's what's constantly playing that sound. My goats are dead. No, my Cenobite is dead. Okay. Let's, I guess, feast on goats. Or they're dead anyway. Actually, these guys are gonna heal me. That's nice. Also need some gold. Oh my god. Lost so much there. Not a very promising start. Okay. Yeah, let's think do some walling. I have no gold for walling though. No gold to wall. These guys. Anything done? Hide these goats back here. Oh, there's actually more people here. Oh, yeah, that's why I have so much wood. Actually, no, let's also go and eat some goats. Those goats rot. See, the food goes away. So I need to eat them while they're there. Hide these goats somewhere back here where the enemy can't get to them. I guess I'll make like another minotaur or two. Like, easy way of getting to some units. And this guy's gonna wall here. The wall here. Just to be able to control a bit better where enemies come from. Which enemies always come from here. That means I can just put my units here. And I'm gonna be fine. I was gonna need some. Okay. So you guys go back to here. Oh, I actually have the Son of Osiris now. That's great. Use this here. Son of Osiris is very powerful unit. But the downside is you can't actually heal him. Once he's gone, he's gone. This incredibly powerful hero. Let's make a house here. A house. So he's like a pharaoh as well. So get more food from these goats that are being dropped off. Okay, I actually need an armory. Freaking armory. Armory. Okay, you people. Oh, you go here. Berries are not very fast source of food, but it's cheap on the wood, because you only need to build the granary. Actually, I might just build a couple of minotaurs. Okay, there's no water here, so we'll just go for this. Oh, well, let's just go for my walls here. No, they don't really. Linegerek. See how much damage this guy does. I just walk past everything here. Go straight for my villages. Doesn't seem very polite. Not seem very polite. Okay. Yes, you can ask me any question. Okay, let's make a fortress here. Actually, make another fortress here. Let's put more on wood here. Let's put some here. I picked up DotA when the quarantine started, hadn't played it before since middle school, like 6 or 7 years ago. Okay. DotA is definitely a good quarantine game. Yeah, that's definitely a thing. Well, thank you. So let's see if we can take over this fortress. No, let's not do it. Let's get here. Some channels and players just go crazy over it. Like in what way? Definitely lots and lots of people overreact to all sorts of things in DotA. Like who have some sort of idea that they know exactly what kind of item build and skill build your hero must go for, and if you deviate from that in any way, then you're terrible and will be reported. Actually, this attack was sort of ill-advised. Go back here. I need actually some regular production buildings, like some hoplites. Okay, need to keep my virus health up. I'm losing villages again. Losing villages again. This is not good. Okay.
Πρόσεχε. Έστω, ναι, έστω. Μάλιστα.
Λέγε, πρόσταγμα. Ναι. Πρόσεχε.
Yeah, I think like an important thing to do is just it's just if you have people in your game who don't communicate in a productive way, just mute them.
Here are some giants to help you in your fighting.
Like there's no point in getting like a shouting match or something, like trying to prove the other people wrong or whatever. You're just gonna ruin your own games if you try to do that. And it's unfortunate, but that's the reality of it.
Πρόσταγμα. Μάλιστα, μεταλλέχει.
Oh man, son of a Cyrus. I don't know.
Ετοίμος. Μάλιστα, έστω, βούλομαι. Πρόσταγμα. Ναι, βούλομαι.
Πρόσεχε. Some idols.
Λέγε, ναι, πρόσταγμα.
Oh, lots of idols.
Μάλιστα, έστω, μάλιστα.
Let's do something this here, and I just need more. These are actually fattened up now, so time to slaughter myself some goats. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if I have like a super good answer to that. Something I also struggle with myself. I think that's something that most other players struggle with to some extent, just dealing with the toxicity that a lot of players exhibit. Like, how did the goat make its way over there? I told the goat to go here, but the bird just... Oh my god. What happened to that goat? Because, you know, I just flame my goats, not my teammates. I just offload my frustrations onto innocent little goats. Okay. North is the north is gone, which means I get an XITC. Just playing into my hands. Very foolish Gargarensis. Oh, this guy's actually stuck. No, he's not stuck. Energy. Okay, let's get these upgrades. Actually, kind of low on wood. Yeah, like responding to toxic people, like occasionally there's someone you can reason with, which you know you can try reasoning with them, but most of the time it doesn't work. Like when people are flaming you, something you just try sort of calmly explaining what you are trying to do in something, and sometimes that calms them down. Sometimes that works, but there's no guarantees. Okay, so I need some more gold. Let's actually make one of these. There's one thing that that Day 9, I don't know if you're familiar with him, once said on one of his streams. I think he was streaming something unrelated, like Hearthstone or something. He said a lot of the time the people who are the most toxic are not like little kids, but rather like people in their 30s who like work a full-time job and maybe had like a bad day at the office, and then they get, you know, just enough time to play like one game of DotA in the evening, and then, you know, then there's some arsehole like picks a Pudge pos 5 and sort of ruins the game, and then they go off on him. I think there's a lot to that. It's like if you know you have a bad day, and this sort of that you release is kind of being able to play some Dota in the evening, and then there's like someone in the game who, in your opinion, just plays wrong and sort of doesn't allow you to have fun in that one game that you get to play that day. That can be quite frustrating, and I understand that, but you know, even though it's understandable, it's of course still very counterproductive, because it's not gonna allow you to have more fun in a game if you start flaming people. Like maybe it's cathartic, but for the most time, for the most part, you're just gonna ruin your experience. Let's actually defend here with this. What? That point, destination point. Bend. Okay. No way of defending these guys. Ah, these guys here. Okay, what do you guys do? Okay, gold is running out. Oh, these guys are also been destroyed. Okay. Oh, actually, I also have another some of the size there. Okay. So theoretically, in this mission, you're supposed to advance to the Mythic Age, construct a wonder, and then you'll get. You basically win the game. It's like your Arcandos is upgraded into like some sort of super unit that can easily defeat this living Poseidon statue. But we're not gonna do that. We're gonna do things a bit more flair and do it without that wonder. Even though this Poseidon statue is incredibly strong, it still can be killed. It has 20k HP and like lots of resistances here, but still, you can still kill it with just regular units. And so that's what we're gonna do. My siege is all dead, I guess. Somehow. When did all my siege die? Not sure. Oh, I left it behind here, I guess, and then it died. Okay, that makes sense. That makes a ton of sense, actually. Let's get this, actually. It's gonna make all my upgrades in the armory much cheaper. An extra thing here. We have no supply for siege. Actually, we have some extra supply here. And what are these guys doing? What are these guys doing? So let's take some more gold here. Take this, and you take this. Okay, this guy. You're not welcome this farm. Okay, this stupid labor blocks the farm. Okay. For some reason the healing spring is not showing up properly. Okay. So do I want some Colossus? They're so slow though. I think I actually don't want those. Other have some manticores. So the game plan here is let's actually make a wall here. Wall this. So I'll take this settlement here for some extra supply, and because the port is kind of nearby, I'm just going to kill that too. And I'm also going to want some extra production buildings, like a lot more. Actually, no, you don't want to make it here. It's in my path of my donkeys. Okay, alright, let's go. Okay, that's been done. Okay. And there's lots of these plenty walls on the map which you can claim. And that'll give... And these plenty walls give you resources. They give you some of all the resources. Constant trickle of resources. That's actually like a Mythic Age god power. But in this map there's like lots and lots of these plenty walls that we can capture. Here's another one. Here's another one. Here's one. Capturing those is gonna just mean that we have like a huge amount of resources. I'm actually maxed out on workers. Yeah, these guys. What do these guys do? Guys make a TC here. Okay. Have this first plenty vault. More gold here. So we just now are going to sort of clear up the map. Oh, that's actually kind of an attack going on here. Some stuff. Okay, let's keep attacking. Let's keep attacking. Cleared up. Must always keep attacking. We have all the resources. Want this. Oh, someone killed my villagers there? Oh, okay. That's what happened. Okay, is this still okay? This is still okay. That reinforcement is coming from here. Make a bunch of these manticores. Okay. Here. What are you doing? Do you see this? I click to the right and they go to the left. What is happening in this game? Units are not following orders. Okay. Okay, let's make some. Make this. Anti-walls. PC. I'm following this stupid line. Okay, everything's upgraded. Oh, that's a bunch of units here. That's just a bunch of archers, so... Here. You guys can make me another TC. Yeah. They don't want to go into the fight, they just want to chase some random unit. Sometimes the AI in this game is really weird. Like the pathfinding especially. Right. Take another temple. On these. Okay, you guys are idle. Actually, don't have that much wood. So you guys come in here. So, like, I'm gonna strike in this direction. Okay. I can take this relic. Okay, have this. Do that with the fortress. Actually, I have 2 meteors. Or do I have 2 meteors? Not sure. Might as well use one. With 2 meteors. Let's watch it because it's pretty. Kind of this. Why is this blue? What's that? Looks kind of weird. This is again going to be a meteor. I think every time I get like a plenty wall or something, I get a meteor as well. Because the plenty wall wasn't like reward enough. Okay, let's make another fortress here. So the plan is now just to clear out this stuff and then go fight the Poseidon statue. First I'll take some more territory here, take all the TCs. Oh, there's actually more stuff back there. Make another meteor. Βούλομαι. Done with that. Could be enough. Again, like half my army is following this random guy. Okay, let's go. You go take this. And I have some more villagers that I can take this. Okay, you guys. Got me another meteor. Another meteor. Leraphon, you go in relic. No more petrol bloy. I think that's the plural. Donkey camera is a bit inefficient. Where did my villagers go there? You guys go finish this. Actually, yeah, this has been claimed by the enemy. Okay, someone is coming here. Need to fight me. Okay, let's go. Take this. Take this. Another meteor. Okay. Έτοιμος. One thing that's really confusing about this game is that like it reverses the role of control and shift as far as like selecting units go. So in this game, if you hit control, it's gonna remove this the hoplites from the selection. But in Dota or like most other RTS games, if you hit control, it's gonna select just this unit. And shift is select just this unit. So it's just the reverse there. Kind of confusing. And I mean, it's not like one of them is better or worse objectively. It's just when you're used to one, it kind of gets confusing, especially when you're switching back and forth between games. Okay, now we need like lots and lots of ranges. So let's take out this thing and this thing. Okay, more units here. You go up here too. Actually, let me take this. Maybe you get a meteor when you take out a TC? I'm not sure. So I just have everything in auto production, just making like 1,000,000 units, and then I'm just gonna take out this living Poseidon statue. As I can. Some idle still there. Oh, actually they're attacking me here. Ah, don't do that. Do this. Actually does a decent amount of damage to it. Can I recommend you an RTS game? Well, there's always like the Blizzard RTS games, so StarCraft, StarCraft 2, Warcraft 3. They're all excellent. If you're looking for a single player experience, I think Warcraft 3 and StarCraft 2 offer the best one. As far as multiplayer goes, I think the best experience you're gonna have is in Age of Empires 2, in StarCraft 2 and StarCraft 1. Or possibly also Warcraft 3, that's also like a fine experience in multiplayer. Oh, I actually need some more gold. I sold a bit too much.
A hero has fallen.
Sold a bit too much. Mine again. So basically play like RTS games and RPG games. So
A hero has fallen.
and of course DotA. Okay, let's take some of these out. Got some of these. While we're dealing with the statue. Actually, no, it's one of these. I've never heard of Chrono Trigger. Mostly like older stuff. So I really like the Gothic series. It's like German series that's very popular in Germany and in Eastern Europe, but not really all that well known outside of that area. Like a Gothic 1 and 2. Oh no, more like real time. And I really like Might and Magic 6, 7, and 8. I also like Skyrim is also quite good. And also like more in the action RPG kind of niche, things like Diablo and so on are quite good. But I've never really been too much into these like games like turn-based combat. And I've played a couple of these like D&D style games where it's like a pseudo turn-based, kind of like a mixture of turn-based and real time. But the only like real turn-based RPG game that I've like really played is like the Pokemon games. Those of course quite fun. I have to sell some food. I'm actually out of resources. I'm actually not even maxed out. Ooh, it's actually... Actually maybe moved a bit too fast there. A bit over eager. No vision of anything to nuke. So, oh, actually that's like some more gold. More gold here. Forgot about that. We can also make some more donkeys here. But really, if like, I would say my top 3 RPG games of all time are Gothic 1 and 2 and Might and Magic 6. All of them are quite older games. From like Might and Magic 6 is I think 1996 or something like that, and then Gothic 1 and 2 are 2001 and 2002. Like around the same era as Age of Mythology, which I think came out in 2003. Of course, there's many good RTS games, like for example the Mass Effect series is quite good. Like Knights of the Old Republic, the Star Wars RPG games are quite good. Like the 1 and 2, I didn't play any of the other ones. Yeah, so the good thing about these games is that they're all old and you can all get them very cheap. So Gothic 1 and 2 you can get that on Steam, and Might and Magic games you can get those on GOG.com and on Good Old Games.
The entire city is lost.
for I think like €5 or $5 something per game.
What about our cantos?
Arcantos, awaken.
Next Sunday I'm probably gonna stream like either Gothic or Might and Magic 6. Okay, so that was the Age of Mythology campaign. Not gonna look at all the credits. Last video game